Hello, everybody. Welcome to Reading Sprints. I got the idea to do this Week of the Witch because of this stack right here, actually. I was going through my shelves and noticed all of these witchy books, and then I also have a handful on my Kindle and some I found on Kindle Unlimited. And I wanted to spend this week leading up to Halloween reading them. So I figure what better way to do that than to schedule some reading sprints and to do them today and tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna do more on Tuesday or Wednesday, but we're definitely doing them Thursday night as well. So come along for the ride. Happy reading, friends. I think we're gonna do 30 minutes sprinting and then 5-minute breaks. Are you good? My dog is like climbing through this table my laptop's on. Um, but yeah, just, a chill reading experience. If you do not have a witchy book to read, read whatever you want. Join in on the fun. Just be here. Have a good time. I just realized I was talking on mute. Hello, how's everybody's sprint? Welcome, Andy. You're not late, you're just on time. I'm reading Wishful Thinking by Celestine Martin. I tried to read this last fall and I DNF'd it at like 40% in. And it was just because I was kind of bored. But I realize now that I just wasn't in the mood for like cozy, witchy romances. I read her third book of this series, actually Deja Brew, a few weeks ago, and I had the best time. So I was like, I'm gonna go back and read the first and second one. So that's what I'm doing. I'm physically reading and listening to the audio right now, but my hands are kind of itching to do something. So I think I'm going to crochet on this next sprint while I listen to more of this because I'm just kind of getting reacquainted because I could have technically picked up on the 40% mark, but I was like, let me just start from the beginning and like actually remember details, you know? So, but it's really cute so far. I love that each of these books, at least I assume the second one does the same thing, but I love that it starts out at the town festival, like right before Halloween. That's just so fun to me. I love like that consistent little reminder of where you are. Andy, are you reading anything right now? Ooh, the spell shop. Is that the one that has that like cute little cottage on the front and then it's like really like gold and green on the cover? Because I feel like I've been seeing that everywhere. Ooh, okay. Are you enjoying it so far? Like, how far in are you? Cute so far. Cool. Let's see. What are you crocheting? I started on a blanket pattern because this like the I love how squishy this pattern looks and it's living up to the hype. I'm like, it's really long. It's gonna be a throw blanket eventually. I started this like sometime last month and then didn't really feel like crocheting. It also was partly because a lot of my reading last month, I either didn't have the audiobook available to me because like Libby Holds were like months long, or they were books that just like didn't have audiobooks because they're like indie releases. And so now that I have a TBR that at the moment is mostly backlist, a lot of the audio is available, which means I can read and crochet at the same time. So I will definitely be doing that. Yeah, I think it's gonna be cozy too. I'm really excited. It's like it's interesting because it's just like a two stitch repeat, and but it's making this fun little like squiggle deal with like minimal effort because I'm just repeating the same two stitches over and over again. But it's really nice. I'm nervous for when I get like halfway through and it starts to get heavy though, and like I'm having to like really flip flop it around. But I think it'll be good. Hi, Jazz. How's it going? I wish I could read audiobooks so I could do that. I just can't process the audio. That's very real. I have to be in the right mindset for it because otherwise, it's not that I can't focus. Oh, let me pause that timer. There we go. It's not that I can't focus on them. It's more so that like If I'm not in the right mindset for it though, my mind will start to wander and then I'll come back and realize like I've missed like key information. But on days like today where all I want to do is sit down and like keep my hands busy with a little craft, like it's the perfect mindset for them. I also find that certain books, it's like if I am gonna listen via audio, I have to like also be reading physical copy. I find that more so with like epic fantasy style stuff where there's a lot of detail. Like I need to commit that to memory like by like seeing it in addition to hearing it. But it's nice to hear it for like the names, especially because then when I start talking about it later, I can actually pronounce their names correctly. Doing really well, having some fun. So what I'm doing is a little mini like readathon situation because I have a bunch of books on my to be read list that are all like witch themed. So I'm reading. Oop, see if we can get this in the camera. This one right now. Um, and I have like a little stack of more behind me. I really want to get to Wicked before the movie comes out, actually. And so I thought it would be a good excuse to do some live streams on my YouTube channel because I'm terrible about scheduling those. So that's what's going on over here. Yeah, tandem reading is really helpful, especially if it's something that you're having a hard time like getting into like maybe you're excited to read it but you're having a hard time like getting into the initial, you know, cadence of the book especially. um for me it's like fantasy, it's really hard sometimes for me to just listen or just read. Like I really want to read the Way of King series by Brandon Sanderson, but those books are, I think the first one's like 800 pages, and then they only get bigger from there. Like the third one, I think Words of Radiance is what it's called, has like it's like a 1,500 page book, which is wild. But I've heard that all of it is so good. There's just so much detail, so I know I'm gonna have to at least on the first one tandem read. Once I'm in the series and like I know the characters and I know like the general vibe of things and like I'm oriented, I can choose one way or the other most of the time. But yeah, definitely gonna have to tandem read for those. Yeah, it's so helpful. I don't know, something about it really, like, forces you to lock in. It also, for me, will help me find the right pace of the audiobook because I don't know about you, but, like, I use different apps depending on what I'm looking for. So, like, I try to use Libby as much as possible because who doesn't love being able to get books for free? But sometimes I'll use, like, Spotify's audio or I will have bought it from Libro FM, and the pace of each app is so different. So, like, on one app, 1.5 can sound like normal talking speed, but on another one, it sounds really sped up, and then on the third one, it sounds really slow. So something about, like, listening and reading at the same time helps me find the right speed while I'm doing that. Okay, we're gonna start our next sprint. So 30 minutes of reading or whatever task you want to do, use this for some productivity things that you need to get done as well, and then we will come back for a little 5 or 10-minute chat after that. Hello, hello. How'd that sprint go for you guys? I made it to page 65 in Witchful Thinking, and I got through almost a full 2 rows of this blanket, which is very long, so getting to do that was great. And that was with me taking a little break because the way I was sitting before was kind of hurting my elbow. Page 138, good for you. Yeah, sometimes I take breaks during sprints. Like, it's helpful, you know? There's nothing wrong with it. I love sprints for the dedicated time to focus in on things, but sometimes you just need a minute. Do that so I can see the timer. Cat sound always scares me. Ooh, glad to hear you're enjoying it. This was the spell book, right? Hoping to finish it today. Yeah, no matter how I adjust it, I can't find the right level for it. Like I feel like it's so loud. Yeah. I meant to look up the synopsis of this. Let me do that real quick. Cozy fantasy, which can be hit or miss for me. So it's already going in. Yeah, same. I mentioned I had tried reading this last year, and I also had tried reading Legends and Lattes, and like I couldn't get into either one of them. And a year later I'm in a completely different state of mind. So it's interesting how that works. Oh, she's a librarian. I love that. A sentient spider plant? Wait, this feels like it's going to be super whimsical. I love that. Okay, I'm putting this on my want to read list. I'll have to look on Libby during the next sprint to see if it's available at my library. That sounds really good. Oh, and just like that, break time is over. Let's hop into this next sprint. Can't spell treason without T. Is that another Travis Baldry one? Or is it a different? Oh, Rebecca Thorne. Yeah, titles like that are like what I think of when I hear cozies. Do you know what I mean? Like the really punny kind of titles. And those are always really hit or miss for me. But it says people who have enjoyed that, Can't Spell Treason Without Tea, at least this is according to Goodreads, have also enjoyed The Spell Shop, The Honey Witch, Bookshops and Bone Dust by Travis Baldree, and let's see, I don't recognize some of these other ones. But, okay, let's get back to reading. See if we can help you finish that book today, Andy. Hello, hello. How's it going? That was so loud. I'm so sorry. Especially if any of you were wearing headphones. I just got to, let me see, page 100? Yeah, I just got to page 100. Which feels like a good milestone considering this book is, let's see, the epilogue starts on page 324. So that means I'm officially about a third of the way through. Having a good time. I don't think I told you guys what this is even about. So we have Lucy Caraway, who is living in Freya Grove. She is a high school teacher, and she has basically just lived the same life since she got out of school and is feeling like she's kind of in a rut. And then we have Alex, who is part merman, and he and Lucy were the best friends in high school, and then he immediately dipped after graduation. And in this book, and maybe the general lore is that mermen never stay in the same place. He has a rather popular Instagram following, and he is a photographer. His parents gifted him a house, which happens to be right across the street from Lucy and is Lucy's dream house for his birthday, which is wild. It is also said to be hexed, and Lucy and her sisters, along with her cousin Ursula, made a wish on a drunken evening together, all of them fed up with various aspects of their lives. And now their wish is kind of going haywire. And I couldn't remember if it was this book or not because I also DNF'd the X Hex last year. And in that book, it opens and says, like, you should never mix witchcraft and vodka. And I kind of chuckled along with reading this because they were drinking like a rum punch situation and mixing magic with alcohol. And that doesn't seem to be going well for them. So, yeah, the point I'm at now is Lucy has been asked to do things based on a submission she made to like a newsletter about her school class. And it's all things that she wishes she does, but she doesn't actually do, like actively being a distance runner, being a excellent baker, and just like other little things. She wants more excitement in her life. That's what she wished for, and now that's coming to bite her in the ass a little bit. And then Alex has just gotten to his house, so things are moving along. I'm liking it still, having a good time. I'm hoping to finish this book today. That might be a bit ambitious, but we'll see. Even though it is 4:50, I think I'm gonna make an iced coffee on this next sprint because your girl is sleepy. Oh, sprint time. Hello.
Did that cat kick out at me?
Yeah, it did. Oh, cool. This is a long break too. Let me. No. There we go. Hi. How are you doing? What are you reading?
Hi, I'm good. I was listening to the fifth book in the Bonds That Tie series.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is that your most reread series?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even more than
The
After
God of whatever.
or Throne of Glass. Oh yeah,
Well,
God of
okay,
Fury.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say God of Fury and Bonds That Tie are neck and neck, but the thing about God of Fury is it's just one book,
Mm,
whereas Bonds That Tie is literally
the
six.
whole thing.
Yeah, and I do the whole thing. I don't just sometimes I skip the first book. I
Yeah,
will admit that. But more often than not, it is the entire series.
that's very real.
Do you like my shirt?
I love your shirt. I was gonna. That was the next thing I was gonna say. Did
Oh,
you get that from Authors in the Bluegrass?
I did. So
Yeah.
I was listening to Tragic Bonds, fifth book, and I
Mhm.
am reading Hans by S.J. Tilly.
Which is probably okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry. Yes. I got this at Authors in the Bluegrass. Did you see Maren Moore's Table?
I think so.
There
Yeah,
was
I know. You know, I saw your TikTok about it. Yeah. Because it was like massive, right? It was like 3 tables basically.
so many things. So many things. So I got like a cute little tote bag too that I think I'm gonna hang up on the wall, actually.
Yeah, I love that vibe. I'm trying to figure out how far into this book I got because
What book are you reading?
I'm
Oh,
reading Wishful Thinking
thinking
by
it says
Chelsea Martin. So I read Deja Brew like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and I had a very good time with it. And honestly, me having a good time with the book is what sparked this whole like readathon vibe because I was like, well, I have the other 2 books in the series on my shelf. And then I also was looking through my Kindle and I have the X Hex on there and I have the Marriage Hex and I have
The Marriage Hex is good.
yeah, everyone keeps telling me it's so good. So I have that, and then I have something else too that I can't think of. Oh, that book I sent you when I was in Barnes and Noble that one day, and I was like, I've never seen an FMC not only have my name but be spelled the exact same way. That also is on Kindle Unlimited. Let me find the title of that real quick.
Rebecca.
Big Little Spells by Hazel Beck is what that one's called. That one's the second book in a series, but I think they're interconnected standalones. Because the first book in that series is Small Town Big Magic. That one's also on Kindle Unlimited. So if I like the one with my name in it, I will go back and read the other one.
Fair. I read the one I told you. I was like, oh, I could potentially read this one if I was going to do a witch book. Is the first book was Spookily Yours? Spookily.
Okay, yeah. I have that on my Kindle too.
So I read that. I liked that, and then I was like, oh, I could read the second one of that because I think it just came out.
Yeah. So let me see, Spookily Yours and Wickedly Yours.
Is that what it is?
It was the second one. Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it just came out, and they're both on KU. So it's like I have all these books that I'm like, I want to read them. I want to be a part of the witchy time. And I was saying on the last sprint break how it's funny the difference a year makes because last year I DNF'd this at 40%. I DNF'd the X Hex like 50 pages in. And I DNF'd Legends and Lattes too. And Legends and Lattes is not witchy, but it's in that same cozy fantasy vibe. And I was like, wow, maybe cozy fantasy just isn't my vibe. And then I realized, no, bitch, you just weren't embracing your inner mood reader and you were trying to force yourself into cozy things.
Yes.
Even though that's not what I wanted to read. And now that that's what I want to read, I'm having a very good time doing that.
Yeah, because you're like, just give me all of the cozy things.
Yes. It has just been such a nice. I think the other thing too is because what was I reading before? And it felt like it took me 5 days to read Power Play. And it wasn't even because I wasn't having a good time. I was. it was just like not what I was actually in the mood for, and I just read it because the arc showed up, and I had 5 days to read the arc before it came out.
Yeah, I started Her Soul to Take by Harley LaRue.
Yeah.
And I'm a dark
Are you
romance.
buddy reading it with Law? Because I saw that you sent her those.
No, I sent her There Is No Saint. There Is No Devil.
Oh, okay. I mixed it up.
Those are Sophie Lark books. This
Got
one
it.
is Harley LaRue.
Why did I think you sent her? I don't know. Maybe but I have been seeing Her Soul to Take everywhere.
Yeah. So I started it. You know that I am not a scary girl. I'm not a spooky scary girl. I'm a spooky girl. I like spooky things.
Mm-hmm.
I love spooky, but I can't do scary.
Yeah.
And it's like
is it mildly scary?
It's not too scary right now, but I'm like, I feel like I can feel where it's going. And I'm like, I don't know how I didn't know. You know what I mean? I'm like, I really called Her Soul to Take. But also,
and I think part of it though is because is Harley LaRue the same? That's the same author, right? I can't think of his book title, but I can see Heartless Heathens. No.
Is that Santana Knox?
That's Santana Knox. But hold on, I'm pulling up the cover right now, and it feels the same to me. It's not like one is black and one is white, but like, can I share this? Can I add another shared screen, or will you not let me? Let me try this. Hold on. What if I just did this? I'm like in a completely different browser, and that's part of my problem. I use Chrome for like StreamYard and Pomodoro Kitty, but it is not my day-to-day.
Do you want me to just pull it up on my phone?
Web browser? Well, I was just gonna show it on the screen.
Yeah.
And so I needed to move it into here so I could actually share.
Heartless Heathens?
Yeah, hold on. I'm about to share it. Present. Share screen, different tab.
Yeah, Dark Whimsy Rose was posting, or maybe it was one of her accounts. She was posting,
So there's that, and then, but you see how like they feel so similar to me.
Yes.
I don't know why, but they do. And Heartless Heathens is not scary like that. You know what I mean?
It's not?
I mean, no. It's dark.
Yeah.
But it's not, no, it's not scary.
Okay, yeah. It might just be me. I know. Like, I know.
No, I don't know. I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying like I could understand, because I feel like the readers who like Heartless Heathens also like Her Soul to Take. Yeah. It's like that Venn diagram's just a circle. And so I can understand why, like, if those people were telling like, oh, read this, because Heartless Heathens was not scary. It was just horny and dark.
Okay. Yeah. This is very like people are going missing. Like it's a little freaky. That's what it is. It's freaky and not freaky with the freaky, not in the freaky spicy way, but like freaky. And that's
actually freaky.
But I also have to like remind people that like back in before I came like an actual reader, I read Verity, and Verity frightened me.
Okay, but Verity has like
thriller.
Yeah. Yeah, because even when I read it, I was like, oh, and I'm not easily, I shouldn't say I'm not easily scared, but like not for like thriller stuff like that. It just, she did do a good job, because like I don't think I'll ever read another Colleen Hoover book. I tried to read that one. I can't remember the title of it because all the titles are the fucking same, it feels like. But it's the one where this girl comes home early to like surprise her boyfriend with like dinner or something. And there's a man outside her apartment, and the man's outside of her apartment because he followed his girlfriend to this apartment, and his girlfriend and her boyfriend are fucking. And they both like, and then like, I don't know. And then they leave, or like the boyfriend and girlfriend like, wait. And then I think they end up together.
Yes. Yeah.
I never made it past that initial, we're standing outside the apartment. I just couldn't. I was like, I can't. This is not for me. You know what I mean? I was like, good for people who like this, but this is not for me. And that was my first.
I'm like, now I have to go through and see which one that is, because I feel like I read that too.
I feel like that's the one when people think, well, pre Colleen Hoover popping off on TikTok.
Yeah.
That was the one that got people to read her stuff, because it's like the opening to it is very like a Shonda Rhimes show, you know, like it just feels like that, but it's just, I don't know.
Okay. It's
I
not
couldn't get
either
into it.
of these Starts With Us books. It's not November 9th. It's not Reminders of Him.
No.
It's not Verity. It's not Ugly Love.
Is it?
It's not Ugly Love.
Okay.
Ugly Love isn't that her brother's best friend?
I
Maybe
don't
it is. Wait, is it Ugly Love? No. Bro, I don't know which one it is. Maybe it is Ugly Love. Am I tripping? Is it All Your Perfects?
It could be All Your Perfects, actually. Let me see. Hold on. That was her 16th book. That's crazy. It is All Your Perfects. Yeah. Yeah. They meet in the hallway that belongs to Quinn's fiance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was that one. I didn't make it very far into that. I just couldn't.
Do
I was
you
like, this isn't for me.
do you want to know what I rated it?
I'm going to guess. Hold on. This is pre you being like the reader you are now. I feel like you either gave it like 5 stars or you gave it like a 2. You give it a 1. You don't rate anything.
I don't rate anything.
Such a like everything a minimum of 3 stars with you.
I absolutely hated that book. I absolutely hated that book.
That's funny.
Even like after that opener, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she like, you don't care. She like,
Well, people are watching. Don't spoil it. Spoil it.
never
But okay, it's like it went okay. So it went how I thought it was going to go, is what you're telling me basically, and I didn't miss anything. And so for years after that, I was like, I was like, her shit's just not for me. Like, good for you, because you know what, Colleen Hoover has always been to me like end cap grocery store books, and that's like not a knock. That's just like it's what I would think. I would think moms who are in Kroger, you know, who are like, I'm gonna pick something up for myself, and we're like past magazines.
Yeah.
And you're
like don't begrudge people who get their start with Colleen Hoover, because
no, I want you to grow past it, but I'm not gonna begrudge you for starting there.
And it's like they're very easy to consume, right?
Yes. Well, and they're accessible, because that's the other thing too, and especially living here. Like, she's from Texas. She lives like 3 hours away from me, maybe. That even seems kind of far, because she's like in like northeast Texas, and I feel like her books have just like been around since I was in high school. It feels like just kind of like it was that thing where it was like, we're not reading this, but like you see them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I lived in New York when I read Verity, which is hilarious and fitting. And that was when Brandon and Barbara also lived in Connecticut. So we lived like 4.5 apart. So I was at their house like every weekend, every other weekend. And I left Verity there. And for whatever reason, Barbara picked it up. And they're like, I'll never forget, she tagged me on Instagram in her story, and she was like, Nicole, what the fuck is this? Reading?
But more importantly,
she's still scarred.
Manuscript or letter.
Oh my gosh, it was so funny. She read the whole thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I did. It was one of those things where I was reading it and I was like, this is not good, but I can't put it down. Like, and you know what I mean? I was like, this is not
like that one book we read.
The motorcycle one. Yeah, honestly. But you know what? That one felt like a less of a waste of my time, because it was like 175 pages or something.
True.
Verity being a full length novel was rude.
Which, like, Coho books aren't like super long, are they?
No, just the fact that it was a full-length novel at all,
Fair.
you
Fair.
know? Had it been like a novella, I'd be like, "Okay, yeah."
Oh.
Yeah, the cat is like it's yeah, but that's the cue to read, which
Okay.
we need because otherwise we'll yap the whole time, so you're fine. Is 30 minutes good for you? Do you wanna do a little longer?
Um, 30 minutes is fine. I do have to go put dinner in the oven.
Oh,
So
you're fine, yeah.
yeah, I have to go do that. And then so I'm just gonna like cut the camera off and then come
Yeah,
back.
you're fine. Yeah, okay,
Uh,
I'll start it.
yeah, we can do longer if you want though.
I'm gonna do 45 for this one because I need to WALK Frankie during
Ah,
this sprint,
yeah.
um, and give her DINNER. She's right here, otherwise I would actually say the words. So,
Yeah, you're good. You're
yeah,
good.
we'll move to a 45 for this one, and then we'll go back and figure out what's better. And then since you're here, I'm going to make the break longer
Okay.
because duh. Okay. See you in a bit.
Okay, bye.
I knew the cat was gonna make you jump. I was about to text you, and then I was like, by the time I text her, it's gonna be too late. How was your sprint? Oh, you're reading Hans. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I got up to make dinner, so I'm only on chapter 5, but I'm already.
Did you start on the sprint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm already giggling and kicking my feet.
Of course.
He just went into her house.
Okay, for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for the first time.
Yeah. He's in there a lot. I don't know.
he's like, I want to roll around on her bathroom rug because it smells like her. He says, but I don't. That would be weird.
I want to reread that eventually because so I read Dom in like, I don't know, March maybe. And then I went back and I read them all 4 and I read them in order.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. And had you read Hans before or is this your first time?
No, it was my first time.
Oh, okay. The tone of this one is way different than the rest of the series. And I personally wish I had not read it after having just read Dom again.
So I didn't read Dom again. I read Dom whenever I read Dom. And then I was like, Abigail on TikTok was talking about SJ Tilly. And I did not realize that all of her female main characters were curvy or plus. And I was like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The first 2 girls are too?
Yes.
In Nero and
in Nero and in King. Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I thought it was just what's her face and Dom.
Yeah, Val.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so
we'll love that.
I know. That's why I was like, oh, let me go back. So I read, I mean, it was just this week, obviously. I have a lot of time on my hands now. And so I read Nero, which I was like, okay, he's funny.
You hadn't read Nero before.
No, I literally just read Dom. That's
okay. So we had the same experience. I just went back and read them before you. Okay.
Yes.
I'm glad that you didn't go back and read. I think reading Dom and then immediately reading Hans is a bad move.
Okay.
If only because I shouldn't say it's a bad move. I should just say Hans's book is way more emotional.
Okay.
Than all 3 of the other ones. And that man has been through a lot. And it's good. It's just as good as the rest of the series. Yeah. It's just tonally so different that if you come off of reading the first 3 and you just want a 4th one that's the same vibe, you're in for such big disappointment. Okay. And that's what happened to me. Because like I was like, because each one gets worse, right? Like you're like, Nero's crazy. He's so fucking crazy. And then you get to, who's the second guy? I forget his name every time. King. Okay, and then King is like, you're like, sir, are you good? And then you get to Dom and you're like, that cabin scene will live rent-free in my head forever. Like all 3 of them being there together is too much. So then I'm like, wow, Hans is gonna be fucking wild. And he is, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's real good. I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
I got to I just stopped at the beginning of chapter 14 of this, which apparently is where I quit last time because I went to go on Goodreads to update my progress and I can't because it's the same page number. Yeah, so I was like, oh, well, which is wild to me looking at this now because I was telling them earlier when I was looking through to see how long this book is, it's 331 pages. And that last 5 or 6 pages is the epilogue. So, like, you mean to tell me I quit with, like, 125 pages to go last time and didn't even realize it? But I did. I'm having a very good time with this. Ooh, okay, I have a fun question for you. We technically only have 5 minutes left on this break, but I'm going to pause it. Have you been seeing all of those 10 till the end videos?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to know yours. It doesn't have to be 10, but I want to know.
I'm like that. Like every time I see those, I'm like, I would love to do this, but like, I read 10 in like a week and a half, so it's not.
Well, it's not about that being the last 10 things you read. It's like, what 10 books do you want to get to before the year's over?
Um, Wrath of an Exile, obviously, but that one is like
That's the
TJ.
Monty J book, yes.
Yes, and I have the arc for that.
Yes.
So, well, I will get the arc for that Sunday.
Okay.
What else? There are
Is
some.
there anything backlist that you're like, man, I keep meaning to get to this, and like shiny new things keep distracting you?
Yeah, let me look because there are some like things that I'm like, why have I not read this yet?
Yeah.
I need to catch up. I got through. I'm trying to catch up with the Dark Verse by Runix because the Syndicator was supposed to come out on the 30th of this month. It got pushed to
I don't think
mid-November.
I've read any of those.
I think I would caution you against them because they're third person mafia.
That doesn't bother me as much as it used to.
Okay.
This is third person.
That's why it's just caution. I would caution.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm glad that somebody told me that. Mary Life actually told me that.
Yeah.
When I got the rec for it, she was like, "Hey, just FYI, this is third person." Had she not told me that, I don't know that I would have.
That's real. I think what it is for me is what I'm learning is all the things that I thought I hated about romance books in particular. I'm learning I don't actually hate them. I just experienced the worst versions of them, so I thought I hated them.
Fair.
And third person's one of those things. Also single POV. I used to think that that was like the worst. And I think it's because I went from, not the worst, but I went from reading traditionally published romances exclusively to learning what KU was, and everything in that is first person dual POV. And I was like, oh, the depth of the relationship, like for me, is better because it's like I'm seeing so much more. And then I read, who did it in third person? Actually, it might have been first person still, but it was single POV. I think it was Bloom by EJ Blaze.
I literally just added that to my TBR. I know you had already read it, but I saw a quote from it and I was like, oh,
it's so good.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that one's single POV.
The JT Geisinger series that you were telling me, is it the Queens and Monsters?
Yeah.
Okay. That's on my 10 before the end, because if you say it's like a mafia series that you will go back and read like when you need a good mafia series, I'm like, okay, let me do that.
I don't even know. I shouldn't say. I don't know if it's good. I won't say it's bad because like it's
you were an unhinged mafia man. That's what it was. You were like, if I need an unhinged
yeah, because one of them was very much a king situation actually, where he was like, he takes this girl and he's like, you know what, we're getting married tomorrow, and she's like, the fuck, and then like she's super feisty. That is, to my memory, the first mafia series that I read and loved.
Okay.
So I don't know, you know what I mean? Like now me like 30 plus mafia romances deep since then. I don't know how you know what I mean? Like I don't know how I feel.
Compared to my I
don't even know if that number is real. I'm just saying, like, I've read a lot more now. But then I go back and I'm looking at the Goodreads ratings for these right now. And Ruthless Creatures, which is the first book in that series, has a 4.08 star rating, average star rating, with 65,382 ratings.
Okay.
Which for indie is like good numbers.
I also want to read. I have both Witchful Thinking and Kiss and Spell.
Okay.
On my TBR, which is hilarious. I think you told me about them.
I did, because when I was talking to you before, I think before even October started, and you were like, I kind of want to read
Spooky Not Scary.
You're like Spooky Not Scary, and I was like, oh, Celestine Martin, Spooky Not Scary. Hey, Amani, how's it going?
Immortal Dark.
Okay, yeah, I'm on the fence with that one because I loved This Ravenous Fate by Haley Dennings that came out in August. But generally speaking, I am not really big into YA. And Immortal Dark is
Wait,
YA.
what is so funny is I did not know Immortal Dark was YA. So I follow Alyssa the Virgo. And I think she had the arc and she was like hyping it up so much. And then I saw when it came out, it had those sprayed edges.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right.
It's a really gorgeous book. I'm probably going to try it, if only because the author is Black.
Yeah.
I have learned that when it comes to YA now, the only thing I've liked as an adult so far that, like, no questions asked, I've absolutely loved are YA fantasy by Black authors. So like love Legendborn.
So I haven't. I do want to read that, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting until the third book because
I'm doing a reread of Legendborn, and then I need to finish Bloodmarked. I got halfway through Bloodmarked and then stopped, and not because it was bad or anything, but because like I got to the point and I was like, Tracy Dion's gonna fuck with me hard. I know she is, and I was like, and the next book doesn't come out for like 18 months, and so I just stopped reading.
Yeah, so that's why I haven't picked that up yet. But I'm
gonna read those in like January ish, maybe. Like I think I'm gonna try and time it to start it like mid-January for Legendborn, and then February for Bloodmarked, because Oathbound comes out I think the first Tuesday in March. I think, or maybe it's a Black History Month release. Let me see. Oathbound.
Lost and Lassoed, obviously.
Oh yeah, March 4th. That's the first Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay, hell yeah. I was gonna say something else.
We should just like move over to my physical TBR for this at this point because there's so many. Oh, you know what I really want to read is Crossroads by Daphne Perry. One, because I have been wanting to try a Daphne Perry book.
Yeah.
And two, because I got the Probably Smut edition of it.
I sold mine.
You did? I don't blame you. It was a hardcover and it was really nice.
It was really nice. It was more so because I was like, I'm trying not to keep copies of books that are like, I don't even know what the criteria is. It just like in my soul, I was like, do I want to keep this? And I was like, no.
Yeah.
And so then I sold it. Yeah, I put it on Pango for like $5 more than we got it from Probably Smut.
Okay.
But
I have some Fairy Loot books that I need to offload.
Yeah, I want to try that. I haven't read any Daphne Perry. I've read one Catherine Cole's, and I've told you my feelings about her. And so I'm like scared I'm gonna get the same vibe from Daphne Perry, but this one feels more just traditional small town romance with a hint of cowboy than her other books have in the past to me. Like there's the general vibe around them.
I did want to read the Sable Peak series. I don't think that's the first one in it, but yeah. Whatever that is, I saw like when the last book in that series came out and everybody on Book Talk was like talking about it. I was like, that made me want to pick it up, but I still just haven't. I don't know what it is.
Well, you know what I think my fear is with her? Her book can either go in the direction of like an Alive and Wells with Bailey Hannah, or it can go into like the Catherine Cole situation. And that's what I'm nervous about, is I don't know which one I'm going to get. And what I mean by that is because I just reread Alive and Wells literally last night. This morning I finished the epilogue. With Alive and Wells, why did I just forget this girl's name? I literally was just reading about her. Cecily. She was in like.
Oh, I was like, who are you talking? I didn't
character names. This happens to me all the time. I will finish a book and it's like head empty. I don't remember your name anymore.
Yeah.
She was in such a shitty situation, but like the whole book, she's just being like built back up into like a strong person again, right? With Catherine Cole's books, at least in the one that I read, I shouldn't say that I can't automatically say they're all the same, but like the general, it's a formula for sure. With hers, I didn't feel like the FMC was like gaining anything from like what was happening.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this just feels like we're just terrorizing women in this series, and then like Mr. Big Strong Man comes over and fixes everything, which like sometimes I want that. Sometimes I do want to read that, and I'm like, yes, do the thing, fight the bad man, do whatever. But the whole book, it would be like something would happen, and he would just like show up to just like support her. He wasn't even like fixing anything.
Right.
But like, and he would be there with her, and she'd be like, God, what is going on? I don't know why this keeps happening. And then she would start to feel safe again, and then something else would happen. And then she would start to feel kind of safe, and then something else would happen. And you're just like, but what's the reason? There's no.
Those are Catherine Coles. Catherine Coles.
I would say Coles. Maybe it's Cowles. I don't know.
They're all romantic suspense.
They're all romantic suspense, and every single time the woman is in danger. It's never the man. And it's like small. Okay, imagine.
Did you read Bourbon and Lies?
No. I started it.
Hi, Rachel.
And then the vibe just wasn't vibing for me. Hello. And I think it might have been a timing thing.
Bourbon and Lies?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that would really be your shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Aren't they both like cops or something?
Oh, that's why! That's why you didn't read it. Yes. What did you say? What did you call it? Oh my God. What did you call it?
Propaganda?
Propaganda.
Yeah, because I don't subscribe to that. Okay.
Yeah. So he is retired law enforcement. He's no longer law enforcement.
Yeah. And it's like, I just have such, you know what it is? It's because it's specifically with the indie authors. I'm like, I feel like we're just like sucking Blue Lives Matter dick over here, and I don't want it. Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, exactly. But then every once in a while you have one where it's like, I left because I couldn't stand to watch like the power go to all these men's head or whatever, and you're like, okay, fine, like whatever. But it's rarely that. It's rarely that, and that's what I'm like. I need.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't that. It's also like small town Kentucky, like
yeah,
small town Kentucky. I think I'm like 98% sure it's made up, and I feel like I should know that, considering I live in Kentucky.
Yeah, but like, it's not on you to know all the tiny towns in your state.
Yeah,
I have to look it up every time a book is set in Texas. If the town is not directly around Dallas, Fort Worth, or directly around Houston, I have to look up if the town is real or not.
It's not real. I just looked it up. It's called Fiasco, Kentucky, but it's like it's very bourbony, which is like, you know, resonates with Kentucky.
Yeah.
And they have a bourbon distillery, and I do feel like you would enjoy it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, if you could get past the propaganda of it. But I got she has the second book is coming out. She did a cover reveal.
Okay, yeah, I saw the cover reveal and I was like, this book is already out. Bourbon this is the same cover.
Bourbon and Secrets.
Yeah. Well, when I saw it, I was like, this book's already out. So then I was like, oh, maybe she got picked up by a traditional publisher or something. And then I looked and I was like, oh no, they're just named almost the exact same thing, and the covers are almost exactly the same. Which I get. I get your series having a theme. Like, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Just as someone who like passively sees the cover and is like not overly interested in reading it, so I've committed very little detail to memory. Seeing those like that, I was like, oh, this is the same thing. And so it wasn't until your post of them side by side where I was like, oh, these are different.
Yes,
because no one else is doing that. They all just posted the new one, and I was like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah,
that's real.
I'm excited about it.
Oh, are you good?
Fox Brothers bourbons. Bourbon.
What if I made a list? I keep wanting to do list videos, and I think it's because I've been watching Chandler's backlog of all of her list videos. And because I'm doing this booktuber recommends thing, which I thought I was going to put all those books into one video. And I'm really glad I didn't, because you and I both know what a mood reader I am. And most of those books are, it's like they're like right there, but they're not right there. Hold on. Like that stack right there. Almost all of those are either dark academia or fantasy. So you've got Babel on the bottom, and then One Dark Window, and then Mexican Gothic, and then Piranesi, and then Ninth House, and then Secret History on the top. I've already read Bride. I'm gonna read the.
Do you have Nocticadia on your list?
Yes and no. I'll explain in a second. I'm going to read Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches this week as a part of the witchy themed thing. So I think it's gonna be something I chip away at more so than anything else. Hold on one sec.
She's yelling at Frankie.
Sorry, she keeps like chomping at her foot. And I've looked and there's nothing there, and I've like cleaned it a couple of times. I think it's just allergies and she's just itchy, and she's also a little bit bored, but I'm like, girl, I will put a cone on you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, all those books that I made from that booktubers recommend thing. I like want to read all of them. Honestly, my 10 before the end is that list, if we're being very real with ourselves. Because my house has been on my TBR basically since it came out.
Loved One Dark Window. I think that it's so literally it's one or the other. People like you will not find a middle ground One Dark Window person. You will not find somebody like, yeah, it was okay. You either find people who like me or like, no, that was actually fantastic. In my opinion, I think it is a perfectly well done duology. Or you'll find people who are like, that sucked. And I'm like, that's so weird.
I don't think I've ever come across a person who's like, that sucked.
I have. And it's very strange to me because I'm like, it objectively didn't is the thing. So I'm confused as to what the issue is.
That's so real.
But why is yes and no to Nocticadia? Because that was
it's not a yes or no, it's more of like a when, not an if. Yeah. And it's partly because when you messaged me about it, and I was saying because I went through a week where like I just didn't watch TV, and I was either reading or I was watching a backlog of booktube videos that I haven't watched. And so I watched like 5 Heather McClary videos in a row, and it was when she was on her Carrie Lake deep dive.
Okay.
And she was like talking through all of them, and I was like, okay, it sounds good. The other thing too, I think I need to be in the mood to read a 600-page book because I shouldn't say all of her like fantasy-ish books are stupid long, which is not a bad thing.
It's Dark Academia.
Well, I was gonna say there's that, and her Dark Academia ones are all long. And then the one I was looking at was like dark romance. Let me find the title. Please hold.
Carrie Lake?
Yeah.
Anathema?
Huh?
Or is that one's fantasy?
No, it's not that one. She has so many books.
Carrie
okay,
Lake.
1R. That's why I couldn't find. I was like, why is this not pulling up her deal? It's called. It's the Vigilante series. The covers are rough a little bit. Ricochet is the first one. Actually, the cover of this one is fine. It's the second book where I'm like, the rest of these were updated and this was not.
Yeah, the only ones that I've seen like heavy by Carrie Lake around are Anathema, and Nocticadia, which obviously I read Nocticadia, which admittedly was a little spoopy for me.
There's that. It's like I kind of need to be in the mood for that. So I've seen Nocticadia, I've seen Nightshade, Anathema.
That's the one I've seen.
And
you know what else I need to put on
Master of Salt and Bones?
Huh?
Are the 4 I've seen go around a lot recently.
Something else I need to put on my 10 before the end is Quicksilver.
I'm on the fence about whether or not I'm going to read that.
So late.
Same thing with Phantasma.
I'm so late to the Phantasma game too. I started it. Well, I didn't start it. I put that I started it on Goodreads, but I never did.
Yeah, just started it.
I think it was third person. And I was like, I'm not in a third person mood. And I have to be in a third. I forced myself into a third person mood for the dark verse. And I was like, I'm already doing it in dark verse. I can't do it over here.
So Phantasma got picked up by
did it? I should have bought that book.
Huh?
I should have bought it.
It either got picked up by HTP or Read Forever Publishing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It got picked up by Forever. Quicksilver got picked up by HTP because I'm in both of their influencer groups, and so I remember getting emails about both of them. They're like, "These indies are coming out, and they're not indie anymore. Like, we have them." And so part of me is like, Quicksilver, I have heard too many mixed things about from people who read similar to me, and I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Oh, this is a great question, Rachel. Are y'all gonna be live for a while longer? How you feeling, Nicole?
What time is it?
It's 7:48 your time. It's 6:48 for me.
I don't know.
I'm good. She's fed and walked, and I have eaten. So like,
I know.
I could be on for a hot minute, honestly.
Why? What's up, Rachel?
That's a great question, also.
Do you need to leave and come back? Do you want
Oh
us?
yeah, because you definitely can. Also, I don't remove my lives after they're over. Like I leave them on my page. I was talking about my dog.
I'm also fed and walked.
Also me. So I was saying I leave my lives up. They're rewatchable. So if you like left and came back and we weren't here anymore, you could. Trying to have company when I read or else I get distracted. That's very real.
Oh, yeah.
Little body doubling action.
That's fun fact, Rebecca and I can't do this unless we do something like this because we're yappers. So we will stop reading and just yap forever, which I'm assuming. So Rebecca paused the little kitty cat, which is the only reason we've been talking this long. Yep.
Yeah, that's real. I'm gonna restart the timer in a second because it's at 4 minutes and 57 seconds, and I'm like gonna not restart it, but I'm gonna hit let it go for a little bit, and once the cat goes, then we actually have to shut up and
yeah.
This is why I asked you to be on this actually is because so for background for the rest of you, was it last month or maybe it was August where we got on FaceTime and we were reading together? Part of it is because we got the same arc, I think. The first time we did it?
No, because we buckled in for Walk Off Wedding. No, we weren't on.
We weren't on FaceTime for Walk Off Wedding, but we said, we should do FaceTime next time. And then we FaceTime. We were reading separate things actually that time.
Yeah, we were.
Because we were going to do it again for Stephanie Archer's book, and then I just didn't read it.
You still haven't read The Wingman?
I still haven't read The Wingman.
Shame! Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow! How dare you?
I'll read it eventually. I just I was in the reading slump of my life, as you know. It was a terrible time for me. And then I just haven't been in the mood for sports romance at all. Honestly, it's a miracle that I read Power Play, if I'm being very honest. I still haven't read Maven and Dallas's book. I know.
Two books behind Love Through a Lens?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then there's the other one, which the one I was actually interested in of the social media managers.
Off camera. It was good. It was very.
I think it's because it's wild to me how like I have such viscerally different reactions to those two series because I like DC Stars a lot. I'm like on
Love Through a Lens.
Love Through the Lens, yeah.
It's so funny because you told me to read Love Through a Lens, and I fell in love with.
Well, because it was the book club pick in February, because all of us were like, "Are we in the mood for a smut fest?" It was my pick, and we were all like, "Yeah." And so then I did book 2 in that. Well, it's like the first real book because the other one's a novella.
Caught on camera.
Caught on camera was our book club pick. It was the only one that we had like a unanimous like 4 or 5 star ratings for.
Yeah.
I liked that book. The nicknames were kind of annoying in that, but I mostly let it go.
Lace face.
Yeah, and I forget what she called him, but I was like, ugh, stop, you know? Also mostly because I'm like, you guys are 40, like, please.
Oh, and you didn't want to read behind the camera because you can't wrap your head around.
I needed space after that to like not think of Maven as like a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I cannot go.
Wait,
I
it's just
knew
crazy because Maven is in Power Play.
I know, and I like her in that.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing is like her just being like a side character was like fine or whatever.
Yeah.
And because she only showed up like twice, I think, in Face Off.
Maven?
Yeah.
I can't even remember her in
It
Face Off.
was like a bar scene or whatever because Emmy was living with somebody. Why can't I think of her name? Hold on.
Considering that she's the FMC of the book you just
I know. I told you, book over, names out.
Piper.
Piper, thank you. So Emmy was living with Piper, and then Piper drags her out one night. And Maven is there, and then yeah, was Lacey there? I don't know. That book came out so long ago for me, it feels like.
Face Off.
Yeah.
How crazy is it that, I mean, it's not crazy to me because I love Chelsea Curto, and that book legitimately, we both were like, holy shit. Like,
that book like changed my chemistry, my body chemistry. That was
so it's not like it's not crazy when you think about it, but
no,
like
it's crazy that that's like what her 4th book this year. Power Play? 3rd?
Yeah.
I think it's her 3rd, which is wild. We need to talk about.
I just mean like how big Face Off got. Like Larry started posting about it, and then Glavreed started posting about it, and then my post.
It's the fact that she put a female hockey player in the NHL.
Yeah, true.
I honestly, it's a combination of things because it was that happening. That book also came out, I think, right at the beginning of the WNBA season, maybe. Or like maybe like a month into it. And Chelsea posts a lot just about sports in general, right? But she had a lot of commentary on her like stories and stuff about Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and just in general talking about just the explosion of women's sports and how great it is. And then,
did you turn the timer back on?
No, I'm about to right now.
Rebecca.
I meant to, and then you asked me a question or something, and then I.
What did you say about yapping, Rachel?
Stop.
Are we really keeping you company? Are we actually helping you read?
We will, because the timer is going now, and we have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to yap. The problem. This is what happens when she and I are on like a FaceTime frequently enough.
We just so you know, Rachel, I live in Lexington, Kentucky, and obviously Rebecca lives in Texas. So we text almost daily.
Yeah. It's not the same though.
Yeah, we don't FaceTime enough. And because we don't FaceTime enough, when we do get on something in this situation, we just yap. That's
the problem. I'm doing this again at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
No. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm doing this again tomorrow, so you're welcome to join the chaos if you want. But
I have Wrath of an Exile tomorrow, so.
You have what?
Wrath of an Exile. The Monty J book.
Okay.
So I will not. I cannot be distracted. I will not be distracted.
Oh, I could do actual long sprints tomorrow.
Okay.
Like, so what I was going to do today, and then for whatever reason I just didn't, is sometimes what I like to do is
oh my gosh.
What I like to do sometimes is do like an hour-long sprint and then like a 10-minute break and then an hour-long sprint.
Why are you in a cabin alone in the woods?
Why not?
That's scary. Listen, I am a chicken. What are you reading? Because if you're reading something scary, I would literally be paying.
That's an excellent question. Rachel, what are you reading?
How have we not asked Rachel what she's reading?
I don't know.
Are we even book people?
Yes and no.
Right.
Do you know what time you're getting that book?
I don't.
So that's the other thing. I'm starting at noon your time tomorrow, just so you know.
Okay, I won't be home by then.
But I'm gonna go for probably till 5, I think. Oh, hold on. I was here. Came back as my treat yesterday. I read you're not supposed to die tonight. Oh wow. Okay. So you went from you're not supposed to die tonight to a house with good bones, which is creepy. I haven't read it, but I know it's creepy. I was in fact scared all night yesterday. That's so real. I've thought about actually getting a renting a cabin in Broken Bow and going for a couple of days.
That's Okie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a 2.5 hour drive for me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not far. It's like far enough away that I feel like I'm not, down the street from my place. And then who passes? I'm a scaredy cat. Also, same. So I really want to read T. Kingfisher. That's the author of House of Good Bones, but like also all their stuff feels like it's gonna like give me nightmares.
I am not good company for this conversation, Rachel. I don't know if you were here earlier, but just so you know, I am the biggest chicken known to man. I do not read scary books.
That's
Why
what,
did I come here? That's a great question. Why not here? Obviously, I'm assuming you
yeah.
mean the cabin.
Cabin.
I
Oh,
literally could never. I don't think you understand. I think obviously like a big part of it for me is that I live alone. So I can't watch scary things. I can't read scary things. I can't listen to scary things because
no.
I will immediately start seeing shadows in everything. And I'm like,
For me,
it's my
it's the timing. It's my first T. Kingfisher, like the writing. Haven't gotten to the scary part yet. Yeah, that's fair. It's part of the reason I've been putting off Model Home by River Solomon. I have that on my Kindle actually, and the other thing too is it's set in my. I shouldn't say it's set in my town because I don't know that. I just know it's set in a Dallas suburb, and I'm like,
that's my town.
you're gonna get me. You're gonna get
Okay.
me. I know it.
I
The
am so
timer is about to go off in 5, 4. So we're actually going to read now, Rachel. So let us be your company there.
okay. It's not gonna get me next time, I swear.
It's okay. Is 45 minutes too long?
No, I think that's good.
Okay, great.
Oh hell no! You are sick and twisted.
Good luck. Hello. How'd your sprint go? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't find my unmute. It scares me every time, Rachel.
Rachel, I was thinking this as soon as the timer started. You being alone in a cabin reading horror books is the most unhinged how to train your Gavin behavior I've ever heard. And please tell me you know exactly who that is. I feel like she's going to know exactly who Gavin is, but Gavin does this shit all the time. Nicole, have you ever watched his channel?
I know. I don't know.
Okay, so Gavin is from, I don't know where he's from actually. He's from somewhere in England, but he has like the most aggressive northern accent that like, okay, good. Okay, good. um he has the most aggressive northern accent that he has to like temper down so that the rest of us can understand him. But he is the sweetest little bean. I love him so much. His account is so fun. But he will do this where he will randomly go into the woods, like, and rent a cabin. I think one time he rented an abandoned church and like will read horror and stay overnight by himself. And like in creepy situations, like lights off, only by candlelight reading. He was in fact the inspiration for the spooky trip. Okay, there we go. It's the most unhinged tourist behavior, and I aspire to be that level of tourist one day. I can do the cabin trip alone. It's the reading horror in the dark that where he loses me. He's braver than me. He's braver than a lot of us, to be quite honest.
Really?
Gavin is rare. He's rare, but he's a good one. In fact, I'm gonna find his channel and text it to you right now, Nicole, so I don't forget. I think you would like his like general like stuff. Oh, his channel name changed. It's Gavin Reads It All now. It used to be How to Train Your Gavin. But like he's one of those people that like even if I don't read a lot of what he reads, I still love his videos. You know? Some of them are like feature length films though. So like heads up. Time wise.
Sorry. Jasmine said it's gonna be cold tomorrow, and I'm like, does that mean I can finally bust out my ultra mini Uggs?
Not ultra mini Uggs.
They're the ones that are like, or micro
Flippers.
They're boots. They're Ugg boots, but they're just the micro.
Yeah, I mean all Uggs are slippers, but yeah.
No, they're boots. Ugg boots.
No, I know, but all Uggs are slippers. Ask the Australians.
I always have to leave the light on, Rachel. If that makes you feel any better.
Same. Actually, you know, we're talking about horror. I actually really want to read this book by Chuck Wendig called, let me see, Wendig. The Book of Accidents was really popular. I have not read that. It's this one that like came out and it's like about apples. Black River Orchard. Oh, it has a new cover. I wonder if this is the paperback cover. It's about a town in Washington, maybe? I don't remember. But it says it's autumn in the town of Harrow, but something besides the seasons is changing there. Because in that town there's an orchard, and in that orchard, 7 most unusual trees, and from those trees grows a new sort of apple, strange, beautiful, with skin so red it's nearly black. It says, take a bite of one of these apples, and you will desire only to devour another and another. You will become stronger, more vital, more yourself, you will believe. But then your appetite for the apples and their peculiar gifts will keep growing and become darker. This is what happens when the townsfolk discover the secret of the orchard. Soon it seems that everyone is consumed by an obsession with the magic of the apples. And what's the harm if it's making them all happier, more confident, more powerful? Even if something else is buried in the orchard besides the seeds of these extraordinary trees, a bloody history whose roots reach back to the very origins of the town. but now the leaves are falling, the days grow darker, it's harvest time, and the town will soon reap what it has sown. Like, that sounds so good. It sounds so good.
It sounds so scary. Rachel said she wants to get into more horror books.
Me too. Like, so I read Tender is the Flesh in like 2022 at this point, I think. And I have never loved a book more of the horror variety. And I like it because it's not like your traditional. I don't want to say that there's no blood or gore, because there definitely is some gore. I don't remember it, but apparently there's plenty of it. When did I read this? Edit my activity. Goodreads makes it so hard to find this. July 2022. Yeah. And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I want more social commentary style horror where it's like, because what made it so good is the fact that everyone in the town treats everything like it's so normal, even though like 5 years before the time of the book, like none of that would have been normal. And to me, that's the horrific part. Like, rather than it being like a jump scare. Like, I'm not really into like supernatural kinds of horror and stuff like that. Like, sometimes I'll read thrillers that have like a haunted house aspect or something like that, but that's not really what I'm reaching for. So that sounds spooky. Reminds me of a Supernatural episode. Ooh, okay. I have never watched Supernatural. Okay, woman eating. I see that cover. Barnes and Nobles near me have these tables that are, well, they have a couple of them, but this one I keep seeing on the I support women's rights and I also support women's wrongs table. And I see this every time, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to read Woman Eating. I also want to read Night Bitch before the adaptation comes out, but I don't know.
Speaking of like spooky, I was thinking about what you were saying about just like the horror aspect of it. And I've been seeing Anna Kendrick a lot on my feed because of that movie that just came out on Netflix, and how like she basically wanted to highlight that for a woman, the scariest part is like when you realize you're not safe.
Yeah.
Or you not be safe. It's not even like the murder. It's the moment
before
when you're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, like all of a sudden I'm not safe. I can't remember. What is it? What is it?
It's called Woman of the Hour.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is it's about the dating game killer, I think.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I've been seeing it, and like obviously I want to watch it, but I'm scared that it's less Criminal Minds and more like actual scary. I can do Criminal Minds.
Yeah.
But I'm still a little scared.
That's real. How many more sprints do you have in you? And do you want to change from 30 to 45?
It's
or
like
45 down to 30, I mean.
It's 9:00 here. I'm going to jump into my pajamas.
That's real.
In the very near future.
Do you want to do one last sprint and do a 30-minute instead?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. I'll switch it.
Wait, are we on how long is our break?
We're on a break. Me switching the time took off the break timer, so we can start the thing whenever. We give it like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Criminal Minds too.
I haven't watched that show in so long. But yeah, one last sprint. Every time I get on TikTok, I get one of 3 Criminal Minds videos, like type of videos, I should say. I either get Matthew Gray Gubler and
Shamar Moore?
No, Aubrey Plaza's episode arc together, but it's an edit of MGG just being like just so hot and dominating. Or it's Shamar Moore and then what's her face, the phone operator.
Penelope Garcia.
Penelope Garcia, thank you, Garcia.
I wish you
I
wrote
get
her.
that. Or it's Gibson just absolutely eviscerating somebody. And I go, oh, I should watch this again. Because I haven't watched Criminal Minds since like probably around the time that Aubrey Plaza episode aired. And even then, I wasn't watching it regularly. I would just pop on when somebody would be like, oh, this episode was good. Because I like Shamar Moore. I just, something about that ensemble, like, just never really worked for me. Like, I would look and go, like, this is, like, objectively good, but I'm not having a good time.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know what that was. Yes. All the HR violations, but in the best way, you know? And I like that. You know what it was, though? I feel like people either were an NCIS girly or you were a Criminal Minds girly, and you often were not both. And I was an NCIS girly.
I am not an NCIS girly.
Because it really what it comes down to, it's like, I liked the actual squad together more so than I did on Criminal Minds. But I liked Abby more than I liked Garcia.
Are you telling her to try harder with Criminal Minds or me with NCIS?
It also may hit different now that I'm a whole ass adult. Because like I go back and watch shows from that time and I go, oh yeah, this was made for me now, not me then.
That's fair. Yeah. You know? I'm a Criminal Minds, Law and Order SVU. Somebody said the other day it might be time for a TVD rewatch.
Oh, I love OG CSI. It's been a fucking long time since I watched OG CSI. But yeah, CSI, NCIS, OG Law and Order.
I did watch Law and Order.
No others afterwards. Although
high school.
I really miss Criminal Intent before what's his face went to rehab.
Criminal Intent was also very good.
Criminal Intent was good. SVU, it was like I love Benson and Stabler, but I could never watch too many episodes because I was just like, and now I'm having dreams about being R-worded and I can't watch this right now. And so like, I'm like, gotta watch something else.
That's fair.
Yeah. But I was heavy into NCIS, heavy into CSI. I think part of it too is that I love Mark Harmon. My grandma and I watch TV a lot together, so a lot of my like lusting after men are men that right now are like fully in their Social Security and Medicaid era, but at the time like I remember we used to watch Three Men and a Baby a lot. So like Tom Selleck with that fucking mustache. Oh yeah. Yeah, that used to do it for me. Love Mark Harmon. And him specifically in NCIS and when he was in the West Wing for a little bit. Good. So good. Yeah, exactly. You're like, sir, why do you look this good?
Yeah.
Why? But he did. In fact, I'm probably gonna rewatch The West Wing now that I say that. I love that show. It's so good.
I literally started reading and I don't like watch anything anymore.
Yeah.
It's so when I do like if I get like in a really bad slump where like not even an audiobook is working for me, I'll do like The Hunger Games or that's my comfort movie is The Hunger Games. Imagine.
I don't really watch movies anymore.
Interesting.
I used to like 2015 me would cringe hearing that because I would come home from work and I would immediately put on like Devil Wears Prada or I would put on Pride and Prejudice, the 2005 version often. And then I switched into sitcom TV and I watched The Office like 14 times in a row. And then a little bit of Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec just got really annoying for me.
Oh, you know what show I will watch even after reading, and it's my brother.
Yeah,
Stanley Tucci. My brother and Barbara, I should say, got me into Letterkenny. Letterkenny is Jersey. So I will, because Letterkenny used to come out on Christmas Day every year. It's over now. But you're not a Letterkenny
I
person?
tried to watch, I couldn't do it.
Oh my
I couldn't make
gosh.
it.
Okay, so it's so funny because it was 2020. I don't know if you know this story. Maybe you do. So 2020, Brandon and Barbara I had already moved to New York. Brandon and Barbara were in the process of moving to Connecticut.
Yeah.
The pandemic hit. I was in New York all by myself, absolutely terrified. Okay, look it up. Anyways, I was terrified and my brother was like, just come here because again, like
Yeah.
in a brand new place all by myself. And so I I flew to Texas literally the day that air traffic control shut down New York. Yeah. Like state of emergency was
That's
declared.
crazy.
Yeah. I was on one of the last planes out of LaGuardia. Crazy. So I flew to Texas and I stayed with Brandon and Barbara while they were like finishing packing up.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we were at Barbara's more often than not when she lived with Kat. And we were sitting there and
God, what a time. That was so long ago.
yeah, my brother was like, oh, you have to watch this show with
I
us.
remember that place.
So he puts this show on, and this is for you, Rachel, Letterkenny. And he puts this show on, and I'm like, what the fuck are you watching? And it was like, by the time I was 3 episodes in, I could not stop watching it. It is literally like the most my dad called it mindless entertainment. That's exactly what it is. It is completely mindless.
I wonder
He's like really super country Canadians in this super small town in Canada that's like totally made up and is about them and their problems. And it is so stupid that it's funny.
I wonder if now that I have experienced the Chestnut Spring series and Schitt's Creek, if I would have a different reaction to it. I don't think I would, because I think for me, like the level of cringe that is like the first 2.5 seasons of Schitt's Creek.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
only got through.
It doesn't get any less cringy, but I freaking love it.
But I only got through it because I love the Levies.
Oh, you
like
mean you were talking about Schitt's Creek.
Yeah. Yeah. I only got through it because I love the Levies.
Basically. Yeah.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
Basically, it's so stupid, so dumb, but it's so
I think that's the other part. I don't like dumb media.
okay. That's
Like
fair.
I had a very hard time during like dumb movie season, which was like I watched Step Brothers, but like didn't like Anchorman really, or like Anchorman 2, didn't like really any of the rest of Will Ferrell's like shit. A Wreck for the Husband. There we go.
Tell him I
Like
said you're welcome.
that season of just like dumb movie was not. I couldn't do it.
That's fair. But there's also like hockey references in Letterkenny too.
Yeah.
And then Letterkenny turned into a spinoff for Shoresy, which is a hockey show. And I'm surprised you like there's this one sound and this one girl on TikTok like perfectly lip sync to it, but it literally like he's just a big dumb hockey like he's like super like aggressive, but when it comes to like this girl that he's crushing on who's like a reporter, by the way, it's power play. He literally is like, God, I'd be so good to you. You'd come home. It's something like you'd come home after a long day and I'd just be sitting there being good to you. Like, it's so stupid, but I love it. And she literally is just like, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know that I would enjoy that. You know what it is too, is because so much of the things that I enjoy in hockey romance, if I ever heard a real live man say any of it out loud, I think I would lose my mind. I love that. I love being entertainment while you fold laundry. I do the same thing. I always put YouTube videos on when I need to do that. And I actually have 2 loads of laundry that need to get done. Or they're done, they need to be folded. I should do that. Okay, this is going to be our last sprint, friends. 30 minutes of reading or doing whatever, putting your laundry away. Googling Letterkenny. Do the things you got to do.
I'm looking it up
Are
so
you
I can
okay?
you.
Yeah, fold along. There you go. I think I'm gonna try. I don't know if I'm gonna finish. I should update you guys on what we should update you on what we're reading before we get into it. Okay, so I just finished chapter 18 of Witchful Thinking. That's page 241. So I have a little less than 100 pages to go, which I will not finish in this sprint, but I think I will finish this tonight. I'm having a good time. However, in that last sprint, we had a halfway spicy scene and an actual spicy scene. And I don't know if it's because I was trying to make blondies in the kitchen while I was listening to this, or if it actually was as abrupt. I think it was just abrupt. It like suddenly hands are in places and pants are coming off. And I was like, what is happening right now? Like, why? I just I don't hate it. I just don't love it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like I read something recently where that like a similar situation, like
it just
like, where do we go? It was delayed penalty. It was delayed.
We don't have time to go into that. We do not have time to go into that unless you're gonna stay up later. It just yeah, you know what it is? I think because I like you, the other thing is her cousin is being an absolute hag. And I know it has something to do with the wish that they made in here. Like they felt like it was going haywire earlier, and the cousin seems to be getting the brunt of that. And so I don't want to fully blame her. She's also the FMC of book 2. And I just looked at the MMC's name, and it's not the guy she's supposed to be marrying in this book. So
we love a runaway bride.
yeah, so like I know something's gonna happen, and I know she's gonna get some redemption because everyone says that they like Kiss and Spell more than this, and I can very much see why. I think because I've already read Deja Brew, which is the third book in this series, because of course I read the third book before I finished. But I tried. I did try with this.
It's always the third book, except for the one time we did Stand and Defend, which was the fourth book.
I don't know that I'm ever going back and reading those because that one was just so good. I
know. The one right before it, I feel like
yeah,
is worth going back and reading. The other two, and I loved them. Don't get me wrong.
It's just like that one was so good. Like she did her big one with State and Defend, and I'm like,
Coach Silly? You didn't read Coach
no,
Silly,
girl. I saw like 3 or 4 reels of that made me want to like disinfect my phone. And you know, I am not one to like clutch my pearls at. I read Emily Rath. Like, come on. But I think part of it is too because this is the other reason I haven't felt the need to read the others in the series is I will see reels that have like spicy content in them for it, and they all made me cringe. But I did not feel that way in Stand and Defend. And I don't know if she like found her stride in that one in writing it, or if Banksy was just like she just needed to be in his head and he was just very good at it. Because like, I didn't feel it during that at all. And honestly, there were plenty of moments in that book where I go, if a man said this to me in real life, I would slap him and leave.
Yeah. I don't know. I do. I really do. I think it's not. Is it in the game? In the game is book 3, and I feel like
that one was good.
Yeah. I think the only thing I don't know that you wouldn't like about it is that it's Secret Baby, but
Is it actually Secret Baby or?
Oh, it's no, kind of. Yes, maybe.
I asked this because I realize now that what I thought all of these terms meant, people are very confused about.
You know what? You're right, because she wasn't trying to keep the baby a secret. It's a fat miscommunication trope, is what it is.
Ew, okay.
And
yeah, okay, so I had to explain this to somebody else, and just for people to know here, I guess. secret baby, accidental pregnancy, and what's the other one? Uh, not accident. Yeah, I guess accidental, and then I guess with the just general pregnancy trope, if you will. General pregnancy trope to me is we get to like everybody's fucking happy and then and the couple's doing their deal and then suddenly they're pregnant. And I usually you usually can catch it because they have the dumb like I'm clean, you're me too conversation, and then like they just throw condoms out the window after like the second time that they're together. And then suddenly the FMC is like nauseous and like the 80% marking, you're like, you dumb bitch. Okay. And then to me, accidental pregnancy is like first act of the book, maybe there's a random hookup or whatever, and then like homegirl is pregnant, and that is the plot of the book. And then secret baby is the baby's a secret, obviously.
Yeah. So see, that's where. So the secret baby to me is they hook up. She gets accidentally pregnant and then keeps it from him.
Yes, and yeah. For whatever reason, too, I think is the big thing there, because I think sometimes what people will mix it up with is, I mean, I guess it can be accidental, a la Reckless. She tried to tell him, but
Yeah.
I've seen ones
Oh,
where,
similar story. Similar
yeah,
story in
okay,
the game. Actually, it's almost
the same.
the same, except for it was malicious and in the game. And in Reckless, it wasn't necessarily malicious on the PA's part. He just was like, I'm an idiot and didn't tell you because I just assumed it was a woman trying to get money out of you.
I gotcha.
Whereas in the game, it was the person who was running his socials was a hater.
Oh, I thought Reckless was malicious. I read it as malicious.
Oh, I didn't read it as malicious. I just thought it was stupid. Like the guy was
Yeah,
just,
maybe it just made me so angry.
I don't think you understand. I cried. I literally cried when it got to the part where Theo was texting her back. I was like,
That's why I was saying. That's why it felt malicious to me.
actually joking.
I was like, this is violent.
Yeah.
This is violent. Yeah. Runaway bride. Wait, what?
When we were talking about the second book in this series is when Rachel put that.
Oh yeah.
So Rachel, I used to hate accidental pregnancy too.
Mhm.
But I read a couple Out on a Limb by Hannah Bonham Young
I need to read that.
and Seeing Red by Bailey Hannah.
Yeah. Those are like healing me. Cuz like between Reckless, Seeing Red, and
See, Reckless,
Devil Gets His Due.
I don't feel like Reckless helped me in my hatred of accidental pregnancy because of what played out.
Well, it did for me only because the quality of the book was it. Because my problem before was like the ones I would read like that, the quality of the book was not good.
That's fair.
So it would be like an aspect of the book would piss me off, and on top of the fact that the book was not good.
That's fair.
And so it was different for that. Yeah, and that doesn't bother me as much. You know what's funny is you commented on, I tagged you on one of those like Hannah Bonham Young giveaways or whatever, and you were like, I love how much you love these books, whatever. Like I'm doing this for you. I have not read a single solitary one, but I need to. I have learned, because between this and then Tara DeWitt just announced did her cover reveal for her next book, I have learned that I think I'm a second chance romance stan.
That is so interesting.
Isn't that so wild? Because if you had asked me this like a year ago, I would have said no. I'm
just a hypocrite.
just lying. Kind of actually. Kids and books, depending on the plot, kind of hate the pregnancy. Yeah, I think what it is I agree with you. Like sometimes the way they're handled in the book, you're like, ugh. But like I love a single dad or single guardian situation where like it's you got to sprinkle the kid in like the right amount.
I love it. Yeah, I love a single parent. I love a single parent.
Also, I need the kid to be of speaking age.
Yeah, that's one
I've
thing
learned.
about Rebecca. Rebecca is very adamant that the child needs to be able to like have some sort of interaction with the
Because
person.
otherwise, like there have been a couple of instances where it didn't bother me so much.
She is a hater and doesn't like Caught Up by Liz Tomford because she was bored. So that's what she's referring to specifically.
Actually, it wasn't that specifically, but that one too, yeah. Yeah, that one though was the fact that like it was a
You
bunch
didn't
of
like
elements
Miller,
together.
right?
Miller was repetitive and boring.
Mm.
Rhodes was repetitive and boring. And then the kid's like 7 months old, and I'm like, ugh. There was no redeeming anything for me, and I got like 60% into the book. And I was like, nothing's happening.
I liked it. I'm just
Congrats,
so
this kid
glad
took some
that I
steps.
convinced you to read Play Along. That is like my biggest flex in life is that I finally got Rebecca's stubborn ass to pick a book up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she loved it. And she was so mad at how much she loved it. And that
I was, because here's the thing. Liz Tomford is one of those authors that like repeatedly pisses me off. Like Mile High is it's ugh. I don't love it. It's not great. And then the next one was fine.
Fine. Ryan Shea was fine.
Yeah.
You need
because Ryan Shea was fine because I was like, well, now we're just back to the standards for well-written romance men. Do you know what I mean? I'll get to that in a second. I see your face. Yeah. He was like, yeah, I was like, this is what I expected out of book one. But what I got was her attempts at writing a stereotypical black man who's a famous athlete. And I was just like, please don't. I'm like, finishing that book, I was like, have you met black people? Do you know any? And did any of them read this first? Because I think the answer was no. And then we get, Ryan Chain Indian. It's like, and that one was fine. And then we go to Caught Up, and I'm like, oh, she's back on her bullshit. Okay. And then
Play Along
was like, I was like, oh, this you did something right here. Congratulations.
Oh,
Talk is right twice a day.
romantasy.
Yeah. Yes, romantasy. It's definitely is a thing. And what do I think about it? I have only really read. Here's the thing. There's romantasy and then there is fantasy romance, and they are two very different things. People use the terms interchangeably and they are incorrect. And let me explain why. A romantasy book is a book in which the romance and the plot are married together. They just are. The plot progresses the romance and the romance progresses the plot. They cannot be separated.
I like to say in that specific one to piggyback off of that, with romantasy as well, the romance is at the forefront, whereas the fantasy is more of a backseat.
Arguable.
Yeah.
Arguable. And then to me, fantasy romance is, because fantasy romance can be very romance forward. However, you could take the romance out of the book and the book would be fine. That's the other thing. With a romantasy, if you take the romance out, the whole book should crumble.
Yeah.
Like it should crumble. But if you go the other way around, it's like if you do it like a fantasy romance, it's like the romance is a
subplot,
big-ish part or subplot.
Yeah.
but if you took it out, it would be fine. The book is better because it's there. I usually, but you can't take it out. See, I really read romance and fantasy SF. Okay, yeah. I used to be I shouldn't say I was very big into sci-fi fantasy, but like I had a better mix than I do now, and I'm trying to get back to that because I miss it.
I read almost exclusively fantasy romance and romantasy last year, last year. And then I picked up a contemporary romance book and it was all bets are
Life-changing for
off.
you.
Yeah. So I
Um,
barely read any fantasy romance or romantasy this year, unless you count my rereads, which if you count my rereads, then I've read a lot of fantasy romance.
I think you should try it, and my personal thoughts on things are the gayer the better. So yes, for things being queer, I would say do that. Um, Definitely recommend. I'm trying to think. Not queer, but black. The Blood Trials by Annie Davenport. I think it's a duology. I've read the first book. I need to get the second book. Excellent. And it's adult, as the reason why I say that. Because the other person that came to mind for me was Jordan Afleco, but all of her books that I've read so far are YA, which is not a bad thing. It's just not, doesn't usually hit the level that you need to hit. Yeah. That's okay. I'm doing this again tomorrow, but also early again at like 11. But I will be on for a while. I don't know if Nicole will be here or not. We'll see. Read one high fantasy book. I just can't get into you read a thriller. Yeah, I have a lot of high fantasy books on my TBR, and I have learned that I need to, on the first book, at least for the first like half, or at least first third, depending on the length, do a tandem read of physically reading it and the audio. Something about that really works for my brain, but I also need there to be some action in the beginning for sure. You might like the Expanse series. Maybe if you're into like, I don't know if I would say it's full space opera, but it definitely feels like if Star Wars had more of a societal commentary to it, I would kind of put it there. I've only read the first almost two books of the Expanse series, and that was just because my library hold went out on my audiobooks. And so what I need to do is just commit to every time they go on sale, just like snagging the audios out of like Libra or Audible, just so I have them so I can go at my own pace, because they are thick ass books.
Yeah. I don't think I've read any high fantasy. I think I have only read fantasy romance or romantasy.
I really want to like dive into the Cosmere from Brandon Sanderson.
That is so intimidating to me. It is so intimidating to me.
Yeah, I've tried to start Way of Kings like 9 times, and I finally have an e-copy. I got it for like 99 cents one day, which feels like theft because that book is like 900 pages. But I really want to get into that because I read Warbreaker, which you actually I think you would really like Warbreaker. It does hint into a little more of the romantasy, but it's not super aggressively romantic. But it's a standalone.
Yeah, that's what I've learned about myself is that it has to have romance. I physically cannot push myself through it if it doesn't have romance. I just want everybody to be in love.
Right, and it was a queer black slasher. It's really fun. Oh yeah. You know what? I'm gonna read Tress of the Emerald Sea. That is on my 10 before the end. And that one is I think Princess Bride retelling. Get more into space opera. Yeah. Oh, Emily Skrutsky's shit, what's the name of something Bonds? Hold on, Emily Skrutsky. Bonds of Brass is the first book. Imagine if Poe and I can't remember the other guy's name in Star Wars. imagine that they were gay for each other and also both princes. It's incredible. They meet at a what is the equivalent of like Jedi school. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, I need to. Rachel, do I start with Mistborn? I feel like maybe I start with Mistborn. It feels safest. I actually have the whole trilogy behind this chair on down here. Yeah, it's like physically behind the chair.
Oh, I don't need smut. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have clarified. I don't need smut. I need romance. So I like
Ooh, okay.
I'm fine. I will read anything as long as it has some sort of romance plot in it. I don't have to have smut.
Yeah. I think you would like Warbreaker. It's long, but it's good. It's only one book too. Winter's Orbit. I feel like I've heard of that. Okay, Elantris and then Mistborn. That's the other thing is like I just need to find somebody's list of like recommended short actress. Well, that's because the Stormlight Archive books expand by 600 pages each book. That's why it fell short. I need to find somebody's like recommended reading order and just commit to it and just like pick it off one by one. I also really want to get into Robin Hobb. I've been watching Reagan from Peruse Project for a really long time. Funnily enough, I started watching her after she moved away from the town that I lived in. Did not know she lived here until I was on my lunch break at my old job watching one of her videos in our break room. And one of the guys walks up and he's like, "Are you FaceTiming Reagan?" And I was like, "No, I'm watching her YouTube video." He's like, "Reagan has a YouTube channel?" I was like, "How do you know who this girl is?" He's like, "She went to my high school. Like, we graduated together. Like, half the people who work here went to school with her." And I was like, "Oh, that's crazy." um, and it's wild to look at. And then like apparently my brother like had classes and stuff with her. I had no idea. I'm like sitting here just like watching these videos and they're like, "Yeah, I know that girl." And I was like, "Oh, that's wild." I had no idea. All that to say, she's one of my favorite channels to watch for fantasy recommendations. And she recommended the Robin Hobbs series. It's not even a series because it's like 4 series. But they're each like roughly 3 books, which means that like I could get into them and then stop after I complete each series, if that makes sense. Like I could read 3 and like take a little break, read out other things, read 3, like kind of come in and out of it. I really want to check those out. I've heard very good things. And there's something about the idea of reading high fantasy written by a woman from a series that was started in like 2004 that just really scratches an itch in my brain.
That's so interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's like now, obviously, there's a ton
Like
of
there's a fantasy
female.
series that I know of that was written by a woman that was started around that
Shut the
time
fuck up.
that you have yet to pick up. That's so weird. That's so weird. Weird. Just it's interesting. Why didn't I go in that room for this? Because I have like a bookshelf and everything in there and could have had a cute background. And instead everyone's in my kitchen.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I won't be reading that. So
Why?
for a number of reasons.
You don't even have any reasons. You don't even have any reasons. You're just being stubborn,
Okay.
like you were with Play Along. And then one day when you find
No, okay, number one, Play Wrong was one book. It was like 330 pages. Number one. Number two. She's talking about Throne of Glass. So much of Sarah J. Maas pisses me off, like of just like her existence as a person.
what did she do
so
to you?
I just
I mean, to be fair, I don't like I don't care about her existence as a person. Like I'm not like oh, I love SJ.
Alona Andrews is also on my list. Yeah, yeah. Alona Andrews is 100% on my list. Also a glass ceiling breaker for sure. Yeah, yeah. So I have complicated feelings about her. I also same thing with Rebecca Yarros, honestly. Rebecca Yarros, so for me, I'm like,
With like the military spouse, things like that.
that and like Palestine and uh amongst other things. Honestly, for both of them, I'm just like, don't give me your well meaning white woman answers for things. I don't want them. Rereading her. She gives big mean girl energy. She
SJM.
does. Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't I guess that's where it's like when it comes to like indie authors, I feel like I'm much more like aware of their presence and like
Yeah.
who they are. Whereas like I don't know. Like I'm not obsessed with SJM like that. Now, if you ask me about like Bailey Hannah or like
Yeah.
Maria Maravilla or you know what I mean, like Monty J, even I would have more of an opinion about like what their personality is or something like that. But
Mhm.
I don't know. I guess maybe that's what it is. Like I don't idolize her. Like I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm like, it's
Yeah.
that for me. Like I love the books, but
Yeah. I'm just trying to be more like mindful of like what I platform on here.
okay.
Um, yeah. I don't know. Not
Okay.
a fave. And I'm like, and there are just so many other authors that I go, some of the other ones where I'm like, not only is your writing better, but just like you as a person, like I would go like, yeah, I'd put that up here,
Super fair. Super fair.
you
Super
know?
fair. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, thank you. This is what I mean. Sometimes I don't articulate what I mean very clearly, which is wild for someone who reads as much as I do. Um, but yeah, I'm just trying to be more purposeful, I guess, with that.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Are they are they bad? I'm like, am I doing something wrong?
Uh, I just think are they bad? That's a complex question. Uh, are they doing anything actively to hurt anybody? No, I
Okay.
guess not. Uh, although, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to like. I don't want a defamation claim. You know what? You were so fucking fair. Uh, oh, I never. I for the second one that doesn't ever happen. Um, I'll text you about this.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because one of them does like to take a T Swift approach to commentary. I'm not large enough, I don't think, for that to happen,
Yeah.
but she does like that. She does.
Okay.
I think that's the other thing that really bothers me. I'm like, you do not get to be a public entity because at this point, like, I don't. Her personhood and her work are two different things. And so, like, behavior for that for me, like, really frustrates me because I'm like, no one's attacking you as like a mom driving your kid to soccer practice. Like, we're talking about you as the corporation you've turned yourself into. But
Mm.
you know,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
We can take it offline
yeah,
so that I
yeah.
maybe get
I want to
get
be mindful of your time because it's like 9:35 now.
we talk too much. This is why Rachel, you've been here, you know. This is why we
Yeah.
can't.
I'm going to start a sprint anyway and do that. If you need to dip, feel free.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
probably gonna
but yeah, I'm gonna start it because then it will be 9 o'clock my time when it's over, and then I will also sign off. But we'll do one last reading sprint. Yeah, a lot of people aren't.
She said, "Y'all do be like."
Yapping. If there's one thing you can count on, is plenty of yapping.
For sure.
Plenty o yapping. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna mute myself. Hi. How'd your last sprint go? You're on mute.
Good. I got to chapter 34. I really love, I don't know if it's all her books, but the Alliance series, her chapters are so short. I'm
I
like,
love that.
you are feeding my ADHD brain, SJ Tilly. So I literally it just stopped on chapter 34, which is it's only 26%. I feel like this one's longer than the other ones.
I don't know actually. Let's look.
Oh no, I'm like, maybe I need to look. Yeah, Hans is 432 pages.
Well,
oh no, Dom was 496.
I was gonna say, I was like, I'm looking right now. It says Dom is 496.
But King was only 394.
Yeah, the last two are longer for
Yeah.
sure.
And Nero was 368.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why, like, when I pulled up Nero and I was like, it said like 100 and something chapters. I was like, 100 and something chapters
They're
over
all so short. Yeah.
368 pages. I'm like, this is going to be a good time for me.
Yeah. She flips through real fast. Mine went well. I only listened for maybe half the sprint, maybe a little longer. I'm on page 270. So I have math. I don't know, 70 pages left in this book, maybe.
Okay.
Not even that. Things are happening.
Tonight.
Yeah, I'll finish it tonight. For sure.
What was the audiobook? If that was for the scary book, Rachel?
House of Good Bones, I think. It's T. Kingfisher.
Every time I think of the word house, I get that.
Oh no, I started this one. Okay.
I am still like firmly standing on the fact that after I added that freaking Linktree link to my TikTok, my views are just ass.
Yeah. I didn't film anything today. I meant to.
Oh, I was supposed to remind you.
Yeah, I got a lot of errands done before these sprints. Next time I won't do them for 3 p.m. I'll probably start them at 5. But I was like, oh, afternoon time. I was like, that'd be a good time to do sprints. Because that's what I like watching sprints, is like middle of the day, on the weekend anyway.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I'll start them at 3. And so Frankie had a vaccine appointment this morning at like 9:40-ish. So we went to that, and then I came back, fed her, let her nap, and I went and did like a bunch of shit. I sold some books at Half Price Books, picked up 2 books while I was there, and then I like got some stuff mailed. I went to Joann's. I went and voted. By the time I like did all of that and got back, it was 1:45, I think. And then I ate lunch and then like got my setup set up, and I was like, oh, like I need to go live in like 20 minutes. And so I just didn't film anything. I also need to like go back through my my highlights for things and like pull stuff, you know?
Yeah. So I pull. So you've helped me get better about highlighting in the moment.
Yeah.
So I've learned that what I can, and I didn't know this, so like don't make fun of me for not knowing this, but I didn't know that you can just go to the corner here
Mhm.
and then do the annotations.
Yeah, you don't even have to go all the way up there. Go back to like the book.
Okay.
So you see the notebook icon up there by the magnifying glass?
Shut up.
Tap that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
um
So my issue is that the highlights webpage has been down. And so then I had to resort to Goodreads, which is like not it.
Yeah, so you taught me. I used to go through the link that you sent me, the Amazon sign-in.
So I prefer that one, at least for like recent stuff, because it only really is good for like recent books, I feel
I do
like.
like it because I'll send stuff back for those of you who don't know me. I read absurdly fast and I read a lot. So when I check things out of KU, I have to send them back almost immediately so that I can get another
Make
book.
space. Yeah.
I constantly like have stuff. So that's why I do like that one, because there will be moments where I'm like, I don't have anything to post and I can just do a quick quote video, but I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I always go back to our text message conversation. I pull up that link and I can see like, oh, I can use this or this. So I do like that.
Yeah, it's read.amazon.com is the
Mhm.
link.
Um,
And part of the reason I reread Alive and Wells is because I wanted to do a lot of small town and or cowboy romance quotes leading up to Lost and Lassoed.
oh, that's fair.
So I need to pull. So what I'll probably do is Sunday, Monday, I will do Done and Dusted and Swift and Saddle quotes for Sunday, Monday. And then Tuesday will be a Lost and Lasso quote. But I feel like for like this week leading up, I wanted to do more of those. And I wanted to reread Alive and Wells anyway.
Good call.
But I was like, I needed to do that. So I highlighted like a motherfucker to this. I'm looking through before. I think I had like 6 highlights for that book before. I have 84.
Go to my page because I have a couple like country audios you can use that
Oh
are
yeah, funnily enough, I've actually started making a note in my phone, like when
oh
I'm like
perfect.
actively like listening to music, like just like at work or whatever. Like I've been making notes of like
Yeah.
this is good
But
for a
like
broody quote. This is good for
yeah, Ain't No Love in Oklahoma is it's still
yeah,
making
it's
its
still
rounds on
having a
TikTok.
time.
Yeah, so that one, but I have the one that's remixed with Soulja Boy.
Yeah,
That one's good. Um, Onyx, to answer
there's
your
a Chris Stapleton song too that's going around right now.
um
Oh yeah,
to answer your question. Oh, wait. Do you want me to answer your question? They're
well,
leaving.
yeah, hold on.
To answer your
Just
question
say
about
it, yeah.
the link tree, I made a link tree. Okay, perfect. So I made a link tree. So I don't have a ton of followers on TikTok, but I do get a lot of views on my posts, if you can see that. And it's because I do typically do quotes. And I am, for whatever reason, I think it's the word association that lives inside of my little ADHD brain. I'm really good at pulling quotes and matching them with videos. But essentially, I put this link tree link in my bio because it allows you to do more than just like your Instagram or Goodreads or whatever. You can put multiple links on it. But ever since I threw that link tree in on the link in my bio, my views just like completely plummeted. So that's what we were talking about. The link tree link in my bio. I feel like for whatever reason, TikTok is punishing me for putting it on there. And we could totally be being paranoid, but that's just what it feels like.
Yeah, I wonder if I should have refilmed that video talking about these sprints and this general like readathon because that video still says like there's like 1 view on it. And I think it's from when I sent it to you of like, hey, can you see if this even like is showing up for you?
That's
Because
that's totally my view on it. Yeah.
I've had this happen before where like it for whatever reason like it says it processed the video and then it almost didn't and it was set at 0. And like I've gone back before and like deleted it and redone it. The problem is I filmed that one in TikTok. And so I feel like metadata wise, it can tell that that happened because usually I like to film just from my camera app on my phone and then upload it. And so when it's happened before, I've done that. So it's been easy to redo that and it still think it didn't come from TikTok, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because when I did that, it almost immediately said there was that 1 view and I know it's you. And I'm like, but I deleted this video and re-uploaded it. So why is it? But like
Oh,
it knew. And so I think it's the metadata in the video because the video is filmed in TikTok.
interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
Happy Halloween. Oh,
Happy
I don't know if I'm
Halloween.
gonna remove it. I
Huh?
haven't decided yet.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Happy Halloween. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hi. I'll be here on Halloween.
Will you?
Yeah, I have sprint scheduled for let me see what time it's for. Mm-mm-mm. let this load. There we go. Okay, let's see. Lives. So tomorrow's at 11 and then Thursday at 6:30 Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
was gonna do some on Tuesday, but I was not expecting to be on here for 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm on the free StreamYard account, and I think it only gives you like 20 hours of time.
Oh.
And I'm on the free account. I'll have to double check the thing for that.
Cool. All right. I need to go put my pajamas on.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to bed. Yeah, okay, it is only 20. Yeah. Which like normally isn't a thing for me. Like I don't even think about it because I will get on like once or twice in a month for like 3 hours at a time. So then it's never close,
But then we got to yapping.
We did get to yapping. So maybe I will only do 3 lives this week instead of 4. So I don't come close to the time. You're so welcome. It was a good time.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us, Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Alrighty. Goodbye, friends. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining randomly, Nicole. That was so great of you.
Yeah. Thanks
Appreciate
for having
it.
me. It was fun.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
End the stream.